All right, all right, all right. I'm not Matthew McConaughey. I'm Joe. And we're live. So welcome back. It is day 6 of the Karen Reed trial, and so quick recap. So yesterday we had a few Canton police officers. Maybe one before. Can't remember the first witness necessarily, but we had Lieutenant Leafblower and the red Solo Cup blood samples, which not not great evidence collection practices, but you know sometimes you do what you can. We'll see what the jury has to think because you know there is the CSI effect where they, you know, oh, that's not how you collect blood samples, but you know, as long as it's not contaminated, and it's like if there's no other DNA profiles in there, like no one sneezed. To me, it's not a huge deal. It's like, yeah, it's not great that you collected them in red Solo cups, but it's like if it wasn't in sterile containers, but it still only has the DNA profile of John O'Keefe, it's like, okay. But at the same time, it's like, other than, if there's DNA profiles of people beating him, but presumably those would be on him, not melting in the snow, unless they're alleging fisticuffs occurred right there where he was found. But since they seem to be alleging it's in the basement, I would expect, any competing samples, shall we say, to be on him, not under him. But I'm not a forensic expert, so that's just me thinking aloud. And so, Kova, good to see you. Hopefully, I won't fall asleep an hour into the stream either. That would be disaster. Vince, good to see you. And I see the Italian Irish competition there. I see what you're doing. So then we had Lieutenant or Sergeant Good, sorry, who was one of the officers that went into the house by invitation to take statements, and he was on scene. His shift was working dispatch. Basically, he was supposed to be inside the station, but as the shift sergeant, midnight to 8 a.m., part of his duty was to go on scene for major crimes or major incidents. This being the death of a police officer was about as major as it gets. So he got a replacement on dispatch and was like third officer on scene. He was there quickly. He recorded the leaf blower. I believe it was his leaf blower, and he attempted to put up crime scene tape, but the wind, and so yeah. And then we had the voir dire of Sergeant Link, who, it's basically, I characterized it as the equivalent of other bad acts, prior bad acts, impeachment evidence. And it occurred to me last night, and it didn't occur to me during the end of the live stream because I was exhausted and getting a little loopy. But we've heard delete laws over and over and over in his Vegas case and his Vegas civil case as well, even though it's not strictly applicable. But referring to the Brady list and Brady material and how he hasn't received full discovery because, let's say, he hasn't received Brady material on Officer Bork. Well, if Officer Bork isn't on the Brady list, there's not going to be Brady material necessarily. So, but I don't know, since Sergeant Lank was not strictly on duty, I don't know that that's technically covered under Brady. But this is basically how Brady material works. That this is Brady in operation, even if it's not exactly Brady, if you get what I'm saying. So consider this Brady impeachment material, even if it's Brady light. So, and Linz, good to see you. And that's it. My understanding, and this is very limited, is, if you've got mixed DNA samples, it's, obviously getting a good viable sample from one sample. Hey, that's easy. You run it through the machine. 2 samples you might get, it's when you get 3, 4, that's when it's like, wait, what's what? And if you just have one sample in it, it's like, it's not contaminated. The collection material wasn't sterile, evidentiary quality, but if the evidence in it shows no contamination, to me, it's not terrible, but it's still something we'll see how the jury responds, because they the jury might totally buy the defense claim, which, that's the role of a jury. They get to decide what weight to give facts. And so, once again, at this point, Karen Reed is innocent until proven guilty. I have not been convinced of anything yet. The hardest to believe still is conspiracy. I've seen nothing to me that indicates conspiracy. I have seen very little to indicate Karen Reed's guilt. At this point, all we have is that the taillight was broken, but there's no evidence yet that was how that was broken. And then her statements of, I did it, oh my God, I did it, which the defense is strongly disputing, but that's the only evidence so far implicating Karen. And then I guess the phone call with Aaron O'Keefe. So there's that too. But there's, to me, not a lot of evidence yet as to her guilt, and especially not as to second-degree murder. We have nothing showing intent yet. So even if we assume her involvement off of the limited evidence, at most right now, it would be the manslaughter. But I don't think that's far from proven at this point to me. And it's, yeah, we're far from anything being proven. And then, at this point, the most likely to me is not guilty with, the proviso that I still think she did it, but not guilty due to shoddy police work. So there's that. And so and that's it, Vince. To me, if it's only John O'Keefe's blood in the snow, there's not a ton of evidentiary value to me, at least not at this point. There's not a ton of evidentiary value other than confirmation that that's where he laid bleeding. Let's say they're able to, based on the injuries, estimate a flow rate to show how long he's been there. I doubt that's even a thing, but to me, the big evidence from blood would be if there are other blood samples, other profiles in the blood. But if it's just John O'Keefe's blood in the snow on the scene, that to me, it doesn't go towards who did it, how it was done, nothing. And that's it. JT Davis, good to see you. Turtle Boys insisting the cops inside the house killed him, so presumably blood evidence would show their blood on the victim. And as I said, I wouldn't expect, depending on how he's laying in the snow, and would, let's say Brian Albert beat the shit out of him and had bloody knuckles, but they talked to him the next morning and didn't notice anything like that. So presumably that would have put blood onto Johnny. And if it's on his cheek and his cheek's up, that wouldn't necessarily transfer into the snow anyway, but we don't know. So yeah. And that there is chain of evidence is not nonsense. It's very important, but as of now, I haven't seen any proper holes poked in the chain of evidence. There's a period where it's not accounted for right now, but that's because the person it was passed off to, the evidence custodian at Canton Police Department, hasn't testified. So all we have is Sergeant Good or Lieutenant Leafblower handing it off to the evidence custodian, and then the state crime lab picking it up. And feels kind of weird saying state crime lab since Massachusetts is a commonwealth, but I'm still going to say state crime lab. So yeah. And I get you, Vince. That's what I'm saying. If the Alberts bled on him, that would not necessarily transfer to the snow, but if it did transfer to the snow, so if there is blood from an Albert in the snow, that, whether that is good for the defense, but scooping it in a red Solo cup that hasn't been touched by an Albert doesn't make it contaminated. But if it's only John O'Keefe's blood, regardless of how they scooped it out, that using the red Solo cup doesn't make it magically so you can scoop only one of the DNA profiles. So yeah, but that's basically where we are. Like I said, we possibly are starting with the trial within a trialception, where one of the Italian brothers, I can't remember their name, but the ones that jumped, was it Tim Albert? The one that jumped one of the Albert brothers, and then who ran to Sergeant Link at the bar, who was off duty, and Sergeant Link says he got jumped by them and defended himself. They claim he jumped in and attacked them. Yeah, Lapatino or something. So we might be starting with one of them testifying about what an awful person Sergeant Link is. But we might just be starting with, if there are stipulations, if they can, proffer, but that would make them criminals, the defense attorneys. So, according to Turtle Boy and his ilk, if you proffer anything, that means you're a criminal. That means the FBI is currently on their way to arrest you. So, Attorney Jackson needs to watch out, because he gave the court a proffer yesterday telling the court what the Lapatino brother would offer as testimony today. So, proffer, that makes Jackson a criminal, according to Turtle Boy. So, yeah, but let's get started and see what today brings.
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Penalties, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Do I need to give you attendance? You shall be heard. Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning.
One of the prosecutors is a McLaughlin. Is she the same person as firefighter McLaughlin? Is that a conspiracy? I bet it's a conspiracy.
Your Honor, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, we're going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, we'd rather you have us waiting than you have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the...
Vince, it's the Irish and Italian influence. Here in Utah, you can have the same size town, but it's only 2 families.
instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Good, please?
Oh, okay. We weren't done with Sergeant Good yesterday. That's right. We just had to do the voir dire of Sergeant Link before the end of the day, but they hadn't made it all the way through Sergeant Good, so.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan you put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have.
it doesn't disqualify him. It just, the jury gets to hear about it to determine whether they believe his testimony, because he might be biased in favor of the Albert family, because his bad behavior 20 years ago was in defense of the Alberts, even though it wasn't his friend, Albert brother. It was the one he's civil with, if I remember right. Same with the homeowner, Brian Albert. They're not friends. He's just civil. He'll say hello, but they're not friends.
I have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the Sally Port, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Kent Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you said you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained. In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or?
So don't speculate. You can't speculate. Say if you know.
Is that limited to a certain order access? Okay, Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them.
No objection. If he already stipulated to it, that means Mr. Lally has already said, yeah, it's fine. It can come in, whatever. Of course, if Yannetti says, oh, it's stipulated, and then Lally's like, no, we've never discussed this, I've never seen it, then that's bad for Yannetti. But I'm not saying that happened here. I'm just saying it would be funny, because why would you object when you've already stipulated?
The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach Justice to that?
Yes.
Well, once again, makes sense. The judge asked, have you agreed to the redactions? It's like, you want us discussing the reactions in front of the jury? You've done so well with having us approach. So why don't we keep doing it? Why discuss this in front of the jury? That's quite a giraffe cheetah something on Aaron O'Keefe's shirt. Oh, and Daddy O'Keefe is back today. He was not in court yesterday, but I don't blame him. It's difficult. It's difficult for victims' families to go into court, so I absolutely understand him not going. It's an anthropomorphic something. It's very hard to tell. Looked to me like a long neck, but the facial structure to me looked more cheetah-esque, but I'm not muted. This is
Before you now took the stand today.
that was court TV, the operator in the courtroom, whoever, the switchboard, missed most of Yannetti's question because they were muted. I was not muted. I don't know what the question was. I'm just going to say it's a conspiracy. The defense did it. The defense caused that question to be muted because it's the most critical question they are going to ask in this entire trial. It proved Karen Reed is guilty, but it was muted, so we don't know. Although the jury and the courtroom would have heard it, so it's not a very great conspiracy.
Did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
2 minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Ms. Roberts, Ms. Reed, and Ms. McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see PD and Q for identification, please?
And I agree with the defense. It's, you know, one, you know, let's say a lieutenant should not, and, you know, there should be controls to not allow anyone to alter someone else's report. But I mentioned yesterday, you know, an addendum, a codicil, or, you know, if the software has a way to add a paragraph, even if it's from a different writer, but it positively identifies who did that, who made that addition, to me, that would be understandable. That would be fine. But if it leaves any confusion, if it leaves anything up in the air, that, to me, that's a problem. That's a problem. Now, I haven't seen the police report. I don't know what it looks like where Sergeant Lank maybe added something. You know, is it initialed, you know, signed Lank at that line? But yeah, do better.
Thank you, sir. May I approach you?
And
Yes.
Shadow Warden, that's what I've said. It, to me, my opinion is, if your defense is conspiracy, you're going to need to show a conspiracy. Otherwise, you lose credibility. You lose credibility with the jury if they don't see evidence of a conspiracy. Now, if you show them incompetence, if you show them shoddy police work that doesn't rise to the level of a conspiracy, doesn't frankly show conspiracy at all, it just shows incompetence, you still lose credibility with me. So if you can show incompetence, use that as your defense. At this point, from what I've seen, that would have been my defense. That would have been my strategy. I would be hammering incompetence. I would have, you know, started my opening statement. You know, imagine I'm Mr. Yannetti. I'm not starting, Karen Reed was framed. I would have started, Karen Reed is innocent. The defense will show that the police work in this case was shoddy at best, gross incompetence at worst. We're going to see shoddy evidence collection. We're going to see shoddy police work reports. We're going to see misnamed individuals in reports. We're going to see them responding to the wrong address. We're going to see the wrong times in reports. The police work in this case has been so shoddy, has been so bad, that you, as the jury, cannot trust this police work. And I realize I'm veering into argument here, so this is more closing argument, but we're going to show where these problems exist on their reports. We're going to show where their evidence collection sucked. We're going to show where the chain of evidence, the chain of custody in the evidence is questionable. We're going to show all of this that shows a very poor investigation by plotting small town police force that never properly investigated and just assumed my client, Karen Reed, was an easy, scapegoat. The initial evidence made them think Karen Reed, and they never investigated anything else. They got tunnel vision and blah, blah, blah. So to me, that would have been the better tactic, because the jury, like I said, you tell them it's a conspiracy, that they're going to want a conspiracy. But it's real easy to believe, hey, they're human and they suck. Humans, to quote Sir Sick, humans are the worst. So, and lots of the defense attorneys on YouTube are very skeptical. Natalie, lawyer chick, thinks it was bungled. That at least the evidence that we've seen so far has, could lead to an acquittal. I still think we're early enough that the case can be salvaged. But despite me thinking it was Karen Reed's car that was the object that killed John O'Keefe, even if I think, the standard isn't preponderance, it's not clear and convincing, it's reasonable doubt, and that's a high standard, which is good. I want it to be a high standard, and we're far from, frankly, we're not at preponderance standard yet. Now, we're assuming that there is above reasonable suspicion, probable cause. We're assuming there's probable cause. I haven't necessarily seen probable cause yet, but we're assuming probable cause because a grand jury indicted her, and therefore probable cause has been shown to a grand jury. Of course, the defense wasn't at the grand jury, so, but the prosecution does have a duty to present I'm blanking here. Basically, exculpatory evidence. So they have a duty in front of the grand jury to show good stuff for the defense, at least some of it. So, yeah. And that's a good argument. It's, Karen Reed was frantic. She, was questioning, I hit him? Did I hit him? And they heard that and got tunnel vision. Didn't investigate to see if some Puerto Rican guy did it in a snowstorm. It's, yeah.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes,
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
yes,
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
yes,
call 22-449,
yes,
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08,
yes,
and the report date and time was January 29th, 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
yes,
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information. Oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
And that was funny, but it's identify Q. Well, it's exhibit Q. That is a correct answer. That is a correct answer. What constitutes exhibit Q?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
At P? Yes, P. Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
Those 2 documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you
Okay.
don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay, can I see those, please?
Curious. I would think they're official records. They are being offered through the supposed author of those records. They're relevant. So the question is, since the objection was sustained, the objection to admitting them was sustained, have they just not built a sufficient foundation yet? Or is there a pretrial evidentiary ruling that they, I don't know. I don't know why it's sustained, basically. It's odd to me. Of course, I haven't seen them. I haven't seen the pretrial rulings, so just, from what I have seen, that looks like maybe it would come in. But I don't know. And Vince, as Yannetti said, Mr. Lally on redirect will ask him to explain. But that's that's why, as defense attorneys, you basically, on cross-examination, you want to do the testifying yourself in the form of a question and phrase it so that they can only answer yes, no, I don't know, I don't recall. You don't want to leave it open-ended. Of course, it's, since you brought it up on cross, it's within the scope for redirect. So as long as Mr. Lally remembers, it's fair game, and explain away. And of course, since it would be redirect, it can't be leading questions. It has to be open-ended, and those contemplate explanation, since the open-ended questions by nature aren't yes no questions. Just based on the length, this is quite contentious, but let's we're getting close. We'll keep the close-up on Karen Reed for another minute. I haven't decided yet if those chairs at council table, they look more comfortable than some chairs I've seen in the courtroom, but not as comfortable as others. As you can tell, I like a slightly higher back, because if you're going to fall asleep in court, those ones that go below shoulder height are the worst, because you can't lay your head back and sleep. Of course, most people, even if court drags on, shouldn't be sleeping in court.
Mr. Lally? I'm sorry, there's one.
Oh, mute again. They're back at the bench. Oh, joy. but it looked like we were close. So once again. All right, here we go. Maybe.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it. All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
The exhibit he needs. So defense lost that. Well, should say prosecution won that objection because they're moving on to the next exhibit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I placed a photo before you, Sergeant. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes,
All right. And I'm showing you, I'm going to approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir.
So what exactly are they classifying as the berm? Is it the pile of snow from the snow plow? We've had snow melt, but the detritus from the snow plow can linger. So is that the berm? Is it a grass berm? Is it around the flagpole? Not seeing the photos, I'm curious what exactly constitutes a berm to them.
Can you sit down? Published the two photos, I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Ferry, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I mean, I would expect Mr. Lally wants photos of the taillight at 34 Fairview Road because they're alleging that's where the taillight was broken. So
Exhibit 42.
well, that they need to approach, because even if they've had pretrial rulings about the admissibility of evidence, they still need to approach to give the witness exhibits, because if they're testifying about an exhibit, they need it in front of them. But because you're testifying by memory, they can't have the exhibits with them just perpetually, so that they do need to approach. And for the approaching the bench to a bench conference with the judge, they may have decided many of these, but there are still objections. There's still objections due to the questions asked, the way the question is asked, the response. Some evidentiary motions the judge, took under advisement, I'm assuming. So she didn't offer a firm ruling. It was basically, let's see how it plays out, and then I'll make my decision based on, how you're asking the questions and what foundation has been laid beforehand through other witnesses, maybe. So even with pre-trial motions, you're still going to need to argue over objections. And since the court isn't allowing them to even give grounds for objections for the jury, they are going to need to approach.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was?
Why do they need to ask permission? Because that's the court rules. You don't approach the bench without permission, ever. So, yeah, the judge knows that's why you're approaching, but it's just in the rules that you ask.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version.
Okay, so basically they're saying berm. To me, that's a curb.
Of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here.
I don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Sure. Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so assuming this hasn't been tampered with, giving the police the benefit of the doubt in this instance, to me, this makes sense. That they find the taillight here later. Because to me, as I said yesterday, assuming John's standing right about here, the gutter he's backed into, thrown 8 to 10 feet onto the lawn, which, you get hit by a 5,000-pound SUV, it's pretty easy to throw you 10 feet like a rag doll. But the taillight fragment falls where you hit him, so into the gutter. Looks like it's 6 inches from where the lieutenant shoveled. So, Static, good to see you again. Thanks for being here. So it makes sense that they don't find it on the grass where they found John O'Keefe, even though they cleared that down to the ground. Where they cleared snow. It could be that, since they didn't go layer by layer, they shoveled. Could be they shoveled away any broken taillight that was in that portion. But could also be if they had shoveled 6 inches to the right, they would have, come across taillight. But as we mentioned, that, for evidence collection, they had to improvise to collect the blood samples because they didn't have proper containers, that, they didn't have evidence Tupperware. So they had to get red Solo cups because snow melts. But they didn't find solid physical evidence under the snow because they only cleared a 6x6 and then this small area to find the curb. But the rest of the scene had snow that was continuing to fall. So once the snow melts, there's more evidence to collect that, is exposed. So, here in Utah, there have been bodies dumped in the mountains. Can't remember the case specifically, but I think it's, there's a couple, but there are a couple of on court cam, A&E's court cam. They put together the compilations on YouTube, and there are a couple videos that seem to make it on at least half the compilations. And, one of them is Kim Blandino trying to object in a case he's not in. And, a couple others, but one of them is the sentencing of a woman in Ogden who she and her husband were having a drug-fueled party with their 16-year-old babysitter. The husband injected the babysitter, overdosed her, she died, and took 4 years basically to convict the wife. She was sober by then and really trying to stay out of jail. But if I'm remembering right, that case, they dumped the body in Weber Canyon, I think. But they dumped it in, let's say, October. They couldn't find the body until May, even though they had been told where to look because, 10 feet of snow. But, here, the snow melts in 3 days or whatever.
Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you previously identified as your reports. Report, I should say.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
Once again, the court reporter is in charge of the record. The exhibits are part of the record.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
All right. If Yannetti would move, we could see if it's a giraffe or not. Okay, no, it's feline.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Okay, yeah, it's either a hyena or a cheetah.
All right. So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understood.
Okay, and that can't happen. So fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right.
She's mad. She's mad. And Lynn's, yes, it's absolutely common. The jury gets a workout because, that they can't be there for squabbling about evidence. They, if it's a short discussion, but if it gets heated, especially, they can't be there. And Vince, basically, not much. The reports were not allowed, but the photos of the reports were allowed. But then he tried to admit them, just folded over instead of with just the photo of in the report, and the judge is mad. She is not happy whatsoever. And so, like I said, I really wonder about the report, why it's not admissible. Okay, Vince, I've got you. But yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Because once that sticker's on there, it's part of the record. It's an exhibit, and folding it over doesn't remove a portion of the exhibit. So that, to me, it looked like he was pulling a fast one. He might not have intended to, but once again, perception is important. And if I perceive you're trying to pull a fast one, you lose credibility, whether you were trying to or not. If you are shoddy in gathering evidence, even if it's the best you can do with the materials and conditions available to you, if it's still shoddy evidence practices, you do lose some credibility. Now, I understand it's a blizzard and the conditions are dynamic. You do the best you can. But if there's any contamination at all in those samples, it's easy to say, hey, you guys screwed this up. It was intentional. So, yeah. And I didn't get a really good look at the first photo. I'm guessing what he's going with is, we have the photo from the morning of the 29th with no taillight fragment. And then the later photo has the taillight fragment. Therefore, you planted it. Which, of course, the prosecution is going to say, well, snow melted and revealed the taillight. It wasn't planted, it was revealed because, once again, the conditions sucked. It was a blizzard. It was, they cleared 6 inches to the left to find the curb, or the berm as they've been calling it. And, it took 3 or 4 days of snow melting to reveal what was around that area. So, they didn't exactly set up a drone to hover above the scene to record the melting of the snow. That would be interesting if, who knows, that might become a future forensic practice. With a dynamic crime scene that conditions prevent total collection of evidence, get a drone with like an 8-hour battery life and just have a detective or patrol officer or whatever every 8 hours send a drone up just to hover and record the scene. Assuming, the weather allows. The, big Utah YouTuber, Stradman, he's automotive YouTuber. He's got a drone that follows him as he's driving his Lamborghinis up the canyons. So, you've got drones that can chase cars, through a tracker at 80 miles an hour. So yeah, the delete laws surveillance state that he would absolutely hate to live under. Theoretically, at some point, you can have a total scene control with a bird's eye view. And, if that technology were good enough at this point, maybe that would be something to consider. You've got a snowy crime scene where, the crime is alleged to have occurred during the snow. Put a drone up. Keep it up there. Just have a bird's eye view to see who comes and goes if there's potential for contamination. Of course, I've mentioned before, winters at my house aren't what they used to be. We still get a fair amount of snow, but it melts fairly quickly. Funny enough, Salt Lake City, you wouldn't think it. We were discussing Salt Lake City, Chicago, New York, Barcelona, Istanbul, all basically in a straight line. Although I think Paul said Istanbul is north of Salt Lake. But Salt Lake City gets half an inch more snow on an annual basis than Minneapolis, and like a foot more than Chicago. It's just they're known as real snowy cities because they're colder than Salt Lake. Now, the official records are taken at the Salt Lake airport. My house gets double the snow, maybe triple. I've mentioned we've had multiple storms dump 3 feet overnight. I remember Christmas 2003, it started snowing on Christmas. We woke up Boxing Day, the 26th, to about 40 inches of snow. There was no snow on the ground Christmas morning. Started about 6 o'clock. We woke up to 40 inches of snow. That snow did not melt until April. That was a cold winter. Cold winter. But so, that storm, frankly, you would have had to dig. You would have had to clear the scene. You would have needed the police issue flamethrower to melt the snow on the scene because, 4 months of constant drone surveillance waiting for the snow to melt wouldn't make sense. But, a 6-inch snowstorm that you expect to melt in 3 days, 4 days, that's feasible. We had a few 6-inch jokes yesterday. The specific joke we made, because there's some testimony it was 4 inches of snow, some testimony it was 6 inches of snow, and the joke was made that to a lot of guys, 4 inches and 6 inches are hard to differentiate.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay.
They must have got scissors. That's it. Here we get the lake effect from the Great Salt Lake. And I think the reason I don't get as much snow here is because the Great Salt Lake is not as great as it used to be. Farmington Bay is mostly dry, and it makes sense to me, not being a meteorologist, that Farmington Bay is the part of the lake that feeds lake effect at my house, whereas like the Cottonwood Canyons still get tons. Alta got 630 inches of snow this year. Out where Static lives, still seems to get a lot of lake effect, but that makes sense because if it's coming from the north, whereas to me, the bulk of the lake is blocked by Antelope Island. So, and the thing is, the Great Salt Lake being salty, it doesn't freeze. Buffalo, New York can get way more snow than Salt Lake City. The mountains still get more here, but Lake Erie can freeze because it's not a saltwater lake, so it's not a year-round event for them necessarily.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
They're the Fiskars with rabbit ears for the scissors handles.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And to me, once again, don't alter the original, do an addendum. Do an addendum. Write a supplemental report, add the photo to that, and say, due to the passage of time, snow melted, this is additional evidence we collected. That would be the correct practice, as opposed to saying, hey, the scene has changed due to weather. This is a better picture, so let's include that. Because that is shoddy police work. It gives the jury doubt. It takes away credibility.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report,
And this could be, they did a cover, the report has an addendum. The cover sheet maybe isn't part of the report. It's a cover sheet. It still, to me, isn't great. And the thing is, they don't do homicide investigations. They've already testified, yeah, we don't have jurisdiction. The state police have jurisdiction over homicides. When they were on the scene, it wasn't yet a homicide. Therefore, the state police declined jurisdiction initially. So they're, as I've said, that this isn't something they generally do. They still do need to do better. they still need to utilize best practices. I don't disagree. They need to do best practices in writing their reports in chain of custody of evidence. It's not great. It's not great. But it's also still early.
You're the reporting officer. You are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other.
And that could be it, delete lols. At this point, you know, we're not in real time with the court. We're behind and at 1 1/4 speed. As I said, if it's a cover sheet is what it sounds like to me. So if they added the addendum to the report and the cover sheet automatically updates to the newest photo, Yannetti has not let him explain. He's dying to explain it. Lolly is going to have him explain it. So we'll see. You might be onto it. You might have the explanation right there. And not doing this at 7 a.m, my time, mouse a cookie, that's also where it's at. So 1 1/4, not worrying about pausing so that I stay in sync with the video. That's why I'm doing it my way.
Officer supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
And this could be, once again, when it was generated, when it was started, is the date that's put on the face sheet, and that remains the same. It doesn't change even if addendums are written and the addendums are logged. They're shown in the body of the report. So, Kevin, good to see you. I'm still waiting to become that $1 million lawyer.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of tail light might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Speculation.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that date, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I made a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down.
So, redirect, obviously, and I have a feeling Mr. Lally is basically going to say, explain. You're dying to explain. Explain. How did the face sheet cover change? Does the date on the face sheet ever change when you do an addendum? Is the proper date in the addendum? Stuff like that. So,
And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
and
Okay.
at this point, only the photos on the face sheet are in evidence. the reports have not been admitted, and we don't know why, because I haven't read the pretrial rulings because I pretend to be a juror, or at least the fact finder. So since I hear some of the bench conferences, so I could be the judge in a bench conference that for some reason doesn't know the pretrial rulings that they made. But either way, it's not in evidence. So the body of it, he can potentially be questioned about it, but as of now, the jury can't see it as an exhibit. So
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes,
And he is currently, is that correct?
yes,
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
yes.
So conspiracy, he ran for public office to get out of criminal liability, to get his brother out of criminal liability. That's conspiracy.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 p.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had to guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about
It's creating reasonable doubt is what they're trying to do. It's so the day of the crime, you took this picture and there's no taillight. You replace that picture in your report with a picture that has the broken taillight. There was sufficient time for the Alberts to come up with conspiracy to frame Karen Reed. They added the taillight. The snow didn't melt. It was sprinkled on the scene in the 3 days. You know, we know the scene wasn't secure after about 9 o'clock on the 29th. So 3 days later, you changed the picture to implicate Karen Reed. That's what they're trying to do with it. It's you've changed your report, you added evidence that wasn't there on that day. So
having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior, and you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was that in regards to, sir?
it was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street, and the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank, so my partner that night, he followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview, and the oil.
and that, I think you're right, Mouser Cookie. But as I said, to me, if you allege a conspiracy, you've got to show a conspiracy. Otherwise, you don't have credibility with me. And I'm sure there are jurors that think the same way. Whereas you allege incompetency and you don't have to show a unifying theme of, basically motive. You just show, yeah, they were incompetent collecting this evidence. They were incompetent in this evidence. They were incompetent in this. And it builds. Whereas with the conspiracy, it's, Charlie on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You've got to have that board showing the connections. Whereas incompetency, it can be isolated incidents of incompetency, and that's easy to believe. It's the easiest for me to believe. And it's the easiest way for me to vote not guilty as to Karen Reed. And Paul, I'm sure it's stressing Karen Reed out more. But yeah, have a drink.
Bill actually drove into 34 Fairview where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, I'm going to ask a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had
And that's what I've been saying all along. And some of the Free Karen Reed crowd accuses me of being biased against her for it. But as I've said, the defense does not bear a burden of proof. But as a juror, if you present an alternate theory and it's completely unbelievable, you lose credibility. So to me, if you don't at least prove your alternate theory to a preponderance standard, let's say, or even reasonable suspicion standard, you've lost credibility with me, because it looks to me like you've got nothing. You're just grasping at straws. So even though you don't have a burden of proof, that what that really means is you don't have to put on a defense. But if the defense you do put on makes you lose credibility, that could be worse than not putting on the defense at all. And yeah. So, and I agree with you, Paul. At this point, they don't know that it's a crime scene. It's that they called it an unattended body or something like that. It's a rescue scene. Now, I've said this multiple times. Best practices. You find a bloody body that you don't know how it got there. You don't know if it's a accident. You don't know if it's a drunken stumble. You don't know if it's a murder. You treat it as a murder. That's best practices. But to me, they're coming across as the plotting country coppers. They, to them, they hear hoof prints. They think horses, not zebras. In their experience, in a wealthy suburb, they're not thinking murder. They're thinking, drunk. But once again, you need to treat it as a crime scene until it's proved that it's not. So, Kevin, that's basically a finding of law would be that you're putting me on the spot, so it's difficult. And Mouse and Cookie, I see your Blazing Saddles reference there, and I appreciate it. But a finding of fact would be, they get to decide that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. That would be a factual finding. A ruling of law would be an evidentiary ruling. So it would be the admissibility of evidence, for example, is a finding of law. the ability of the defense to present an alibi, because you know there are rules on how you present an alibi. So that would be a finding of law. The Brady-esque material, that's a finding of law. So there's a lot more that goes into it. It's just, it's hard to, off the top of my head, give you examples of where the line lies. It's more of a, to quote in the obscenity ruling from, 60 years ago, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it, when they're talking about obscene pornography. So, if I see an example, I can say that that's a legal conclusion or that's a factual conclusion. And it's just harder for me to show. And that's it. Juries don't make findings of law. So they are told the law. That's why they get the jury instructions that say, was there intent? What, did Karen Reed cause John O'Keefe's death? Because those are applying the facts to the law, but they get to do it. So, and that's it. Telling the jury, if you find that he was standing in the middle of the road, you must find him guilty of jaywalking. That's a finding of law, but the jury gets to decide whether he was in the middle of the road because that's factual. So it's just, yeah.
They take time to clear off the windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day in the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front from the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report and it'd be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo and now there's a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
So my next question is: the photo on the top sheet selected by the software as opposed to the user? So
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene? Yes.
Sure. Sergeant Blank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
Correct.
Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
It's wouldn't be in his knowledge necessarily, and he wouldn't be the one to dismiss it. It would be the prosecutors. Prosecutors dismiss cases, or judges, you know. So it being later dismissed by someone else wouldn't go to show bias in favor of the Alberts by either Sergeant Good or Sergeant Link. So it's completely irrelevant. So that's why the objection was sustained. But once again, as I said multiple times yesterday, especially with Jackson, oftentimes you know that the objection is going to be sustained, but you ask the question anyway, because on cross-examination, the questions are really statements, and the jury is going to hear your statement. And so even though the jury is told multiple times that questions by the lawyers are not evidence, only the responses by the witness, they still heard it. It's in their noodle. Okay, that's terrible, delete lols. I love it. But that's the how is that case characterized? Eckert versus Owens versus Eckert. Fetal attraction. That's what people have been calling it. Fetal attraction. What a mess. And what's funny is when Law Talk with Mike first covered it, I'm like, oh, that would be an interesting one to cover. But I thought it was almost over. So I'm like, there's no sense jumping in now. Boy, was I wrong about that. But, oh, she is nuts and awful and terrible and hi, Nima. And asking the questions, it's at some point they could get sanctioned. And I mentioned that yesterday because Jackson kept going with it. And so, asking questions, hey, I'm innocently asking questions. But when the next question relies on an answer to the previous question, when it's a sequence and that question was already stricken, going to the next question, you're at some point you could get sanctions. At some point you could be reprimanded in front of the jury. So it's a risk, but at this point it's a risk worth taking. So
Juries, you're to disregard that.
and hey, I paused 1 second too soon. Jurors, you're to disregard that. So it's not a reprimand yet. It's not a blanket reminder, but that's, I think, the first time I recall her saying jurors disregard that. So I think she's getting a little sick of it too.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It definitely is a trope on Law and Order.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Not yet. So they've got to have the trial section first, maybe. It's, the judge is on top of it. She knows. She possibly hasn't fully made up her mind yet, because she is going to let some of the impeachment material in. Yesterday, it didn't seem like she had made up her mind how extensive and in what form. And it could just be basically a proffer reading something in for the jury. It could be you get to question Sergeant Lank. It could be having one of the brothers in to testify about it as the trial within a trial. Or I guess it's not trialception. It's the Macbeth trial, the play within a play. I like Shakespeare better than what's his name? Can't remember who made Inception. I know it was Leonardo DiCaprio. Was it James Cameron that made Inception? The Bravest Pioneer. Yeah, I think it was Christopher Nolan. It's not my type of movie, so I don't watch movies from any of those.
Oh, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the local window brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed. And the local,
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
we got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Like Mr.
Is this Lolito's?
Lovely. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
Last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
but this was specific. We should have.
Okay, Karen actually nodding along. She's not sitting stony faced. This finally something's important to her.
Wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that at the end of?
That's a good point from the judge. Your Honor, he opened the door because blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, he opened the door through his inappropriate question. But you didn't object. You didn't object. Yeah.
What you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lang with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself. But keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lang on behalf of Chris Albert as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton, the role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopolitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopolito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lang had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing. So you're not getting into the federal.
I agree with the judge. He was involved in an incident with the Lopolitos. They potentially were trying to intimidate him at the gas station. The Alberts are irrelevant at that point. He has a self-interest, and him having a self-interest in something he's involved in has no bearing on his bias or apparent bias in favor of the Albert brothers. So I agree with the judge. The mobile gas station is out.
Investigation, that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on...
As well, Karen Reed should know. All kinds of reasons for a not guilty verdict. Incompetent policing. They're found, factually, the jury factually finds it was something else. They wouldn't actually put that in a ruling because they're the jury, but they factually believe it's someone else. They could be not guilty because we think isn't good enough. Could be not guilty because, a co-defendant was found guilty, but they didn't see a causal link. There's all kinds of reasons. Conspiracy.
And the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lang, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this, okay? And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought, and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought, and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports.
Because once again, she wanted the police reports yesterday. They didn't have them. She said, get them to me immediately. They sent them to a judicial assistant at 7:30. That's not immediately. That's considerably later. So she didn't see them. They're late. They're not coming in.
So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that?
So I'll just ask were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested. I can
Okay.
leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All rise for the vote, please.
All right. Let's zoom through the 5-minute break and get to Sergeant Lank.
Go to that session, you may be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Call to call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
Just gonna have to be mindful to step up and remain safe.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you did in court during the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Thank you very much, Paul. I always appreciate your support, and that's exactly what I've been saying from the start, pretty much, is to me, if you can't prove the conspiracy, if you can't show the conspiracy, show, say there was no murder. The police just think it's a murder because they were incompetent. They did a shoddy investigation, and because they did a shoddy investigation, you, the jury, shouldn't believe their evidence, and therefore they haven't proved anything. And so even if they think she probably did it, but they don't think they can believe the evidence, they can't trust the evidence, that's a good shot at acquittal. And at this point, that's still a possibility. That's a very good possibility. I'm not going to give a percentage possibility until all of the evidence has come out, but at this point, there could be reasonable doubt. It depends on the jurors, though, because they get to decide what for them is reasonable doubt. But to me, like I've said, the safe defense, sometimes it's not as sexy, it's not as exciting, but it might work better. Because conspiracy, that to me sounds like, an affirmative defense, and affirmative defenses, there generally isn't burden shifting in criminal cases because the defendant doesn't bear the burden. So I'm using this as an affirmative defense analogy in a civil case where there's burden shifting. You've got to show why your affirmative defense is reasonable. But exactly, it's never RICO, except in the limited cases where it is RICO, such as Georgia. In Georgia, it's always RICO for some reason, but Georgia is RICO. So
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton Police?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to Well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
from September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities?
Circle of death.
With regard to Canton Police staff?
To oversee the detective.
So it was some Puerto Rican guy, Rico Albert. I've got you there, Paul.
Bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And
So-
upon your arrival, who, if anyone,
That's within about 10 minutes of the first responders. So that's within about 10 minutes of Sergeant Sarah, or Officer Sarah, if I can't remember his rank, but within 10, 15 minutes.
else from your department was there prior to?
Officer Saraf, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, as you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard that you observed?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did speak to once?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Saraf.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused.
And Kova, there's just been a lot of rappers having RICO trials in Georgia recently, is my understanding. So it's always RICO in Florida joke.
Just on Miss McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond to that?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Come on. Come on, YouTube. I know you can do it. I believe in you.
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit
And why is that?
because they investigate all deaths.
That's what they,
Because they have jurisdiction. The local police do not.
their jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response.
Yeah.
Yes.
That sounded like it's in the courtroom. It's not the fire station next door. That's terrible.
In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's hearsay. Did he tell you? That's hearsay. But it's because it wasn't a death yet. Unattended death, the condition precedent is death. John O'Keefe had not been pronounced dead yet.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions? The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
So That would explain still no footprints between the scene and the house across the lawn. We use the driveway because even on a crime scene, it's kind of a douchey move to not use the walkway, even if everything is covered in snow.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home.
The main door, the front door.
When you entered into the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what
Did the staircase go up or down? Up or down?
appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes,
How did you know him?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes,
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, excuse me, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you live in the town, correct?
Yes,
You work in the town, correct?
yes,
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
No, sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any,
So, do they play any sports? I'm guessing, wasn't Johnny O'Keefe coach? Did he coach his nephew's baseball? Because, you know, there's the photo of them in the LTD convertible and loved going to baseball games. I think there was mention of coach. So, although I don't know why they'd want, because this is the prosecution, what connection they were trying to make. Your kids play sports? But at the same time, you know, if there's connections with the Alberts or McCabe's or O'Keefe's or whatever, you'd think the defense wouldn't object. So I'm curious. I'm curious why the prosecution asked about his kids playing sports.
any other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
He coaches youth sports. So did he coach the nephew?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship
Judy?
with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2000?
Drive safe.
Civil?
Are you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert that initial time?
But Runkle is doing a recap after a full day's work. So, you know, he's right on time as far as I'm concerned.
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? What I mean by that, what did you do for?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but After your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
That's Lieutenant Leafblower.
And to that end, what things did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene event?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
Fairly secure.
With relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
And how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes.
Now, in addition well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that? What was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And on deploying that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27.
So presumably the video we've already seen.
Sergeant Lang, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it, please?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness room?
Vince, could it have been a meeting? Because they're forgiven or could it have been an email, I should say. Could the meeting have been an email? Because if it needed to be a meeting, they're forgiven. But yeah. Well, this guy just started. He's early in his direct examination.
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, right? So just press on that button and call them.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lang, using that laser
You're the reason they're having the meetings then, Vince.
pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that time.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, we can take that down.
And that's it, Judy. Frankly, it's not good. It's not good. But if what they have is swabs and paper bags, improvisation, you never want to improvise on a crime scene, but it's better than not collecting the evidence. So, the jury gets to decide how bad it is, though, and we'll see what they do. But once again, I don't know, other than, as long as it's only John O'Keefe's blood, as long as there's no other DNA profile, I don't see much evidentiary value in collecting the blood. And that's it. There's absolutely the potential of cross-contamination. And so the thing is, though, for the defense, if there's if it doesn't get contaminated, although I guess cross contamination, yeah, the tops of the cups are open, so is it sloshing in between? But it looked like when the photo was taken days later, it was still frozen, so it went into the evidence freezer. The snow never melted before it was transferred into a better container. So we'll just need the state crime evidence technician to testify about the condition and, you know, whether or not there was cross contamination. But once again, if it's all John O'Keefe's DNA, no other DNA, to me, there's not a lot of evidentiary value. It's you found the victim's DNA under the victim. It shows that's where the victim was. So, but then once again, you have the CSI effect where juries want DNA evidence. They want reconstructions. They want you to zoom in on that pixelated photo, even though that technology doesn't exist. But juries want it because they saw it on CSI. And so even if they have eyewitnesses, but there's no DNA evidence, juries have acquitted because they want DNA evidence. So, yeah, it just, I don't like, at this point, I don't see much evidentiary value. At least not until the analysis of the blood is done. Then there might. But it all depends what the jury wants. So.
At any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
Now, who's Matthew McCabe? Is he Brian's, or no, Matthew McCabe, not. I'm trying to fit him in the Albert family. Matthew McCabe, Jen's husband. Never mind. Never mind. Too many names. Too many names.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that you stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how it was situated, anything shoveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Don't know.
Now, turning back to what was just up on.
That they haven't checked for DNA in the house, but the allegations by the defense are he was beat to death in the basement, and they didn't have probable cause to go in the basement. They didn't have a warrant. So, yeah, nothing inside the house. They don't see anything out of place inside where they go. So, yeah.
On the screen in Exhibit 27.
And I agree, Judy. I get, I'm probably the most anti-Karen Reed attorney of most on YouTube, but that's because I hate Turtle Boy. But, I'm certainly not a shill for the prosecution either. I'm when you hear me trying to explain away shitty police work, basically what that is me trying to rehabilitate the witness. It's giving answers or the questions I'd be asking on redirect. So, but yeah, it's, as I've said, at this point, nothing has been proved.
With regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups.
Like I said, it's not best practices, but in extraordinary circumstances, sometimes you have to do the only practices that are available to you.
From Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has found?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where do they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
I agree, Judy. It's, you know, the victims have rights too, and the defendant has the right to proper police work in order to put on a proper defense, but the victim's family, they also have rights, and part of that is, the state is representing them, at least by proxy, and they deserved better. They deserved better by the media. They didn't deserve to be attacked by Turtle Boy and his rabid band of followers.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
So OF stands for a report offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it?
That's correct.
And then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers.
I thought Sergeant Good or Lieutenant Gallagher, that's a contradictory statement. Accessible to all officers, since it's not in the evidence locker, it's temporary evidence. That's an inconsistency. It opens the door to, so who tampered with it? Who contaminated it? It was open to everyone. Did Brian Higgins have access to it? He's not an officer, but he's got access to the police station. Did he have a chance to tamper with it because it's open? That's an inconsistency. Now, we might have the custody sergeant say, or, the evidence sergeant say, yeah, only I have access once it's in, even in temporary. But that's still an inconsistent statement. So that could be a good point for the defense to hammer on.
There's from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary residence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
I believe they were.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box.
And looking at the box, you can see it's been taped, and there's frankly going to presumably be a log of it was secured, it was taped, and it was cut open to access the evidence on this date and then retaped. And so the box would show evidence of that if that's what happened. But this is what an evidence box would look like.
Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with the Kansas police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
And have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
Yes.
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
All right. So since Judy is driving and other people might just be listening, Static might have us in his pocket tending to the farm animals. It's the bottom section of the drinking glass, so the sort of the heavy base section, and about an inch of the glass protruding up from it most of the way around. So that's the drinking glass.
Thank you, sir. We can place it back in the bag.
Russell.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Colonel Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
The 45.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to what if anyone called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
But how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with them?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Thank you, Kova. I appreciate it. And it absolutely is a slog, but that's why we don't start at 7 in the morning, because 8 weeks of that at normal speed would be a greater slog. So thank you.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So mid 40s and rain melts snow.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
And presumably, if we agree with the prosecution that Johnny O'Keefe was on the ground between 12:30, 12:45, maybe 1 o'clock, he was on the ground. It had already started snowing, but it hadn't been snowing long. So we assume most of the evidence is going to be under the snow. So we need the snow to melt for most of the physical evidence.
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from
a piece of red glass that was 6 to 8 feet into the yard. From the photo we've seen, it was 6 to 8 feet away from Johnny, but that's because it was basically in the gutter. But if it's 6 to 8 feet into the yard, that puts it closer to Johnny, which, clearing a 6x6 area with the leaf blower, shouldn't you have found that the day of? And here, Kova and Lisa, we got snow yesterday and the day before. So.
From your department responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And,
the tool man.
The pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that.
Now, of course, red glass, it was a clear drinking glass, but if it was taken from the bar, it might have had a logo that, it's covered in red. But I assume red glass means tail lamp, although that also to me is plastic. So, yeah.
Pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
Okay, so plastic, not
And
glass.
did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, Who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit, and
So the state.
ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach you?
Yes.
This is where body cameras are wonderful. I think even detectives should wear body cameras. They should be, have crime scene technicians taking photos of the evidence as it's being picked up. But we'll see if that happened. So.
So I'm showing you two photographs.
Okay,
That's
photographs.
just to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'll call seek to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
It's 45 here, Coda. It's 45 here, but it should be 70 by the weekend. It was 75, 80 on Saturday before this storm came in, so May can be very warm here.
It was 46 and 47.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on screen. And Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what's picked up on screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the latest.
Okay, so presumably either this sort of center left or bottom right, clear ground, presumably that's where one or the other, I'm assuming, is where they cleared, because that's where Johnny was. The red plastic is on snow in between them. But then once again, at most you'd expect an inch to an inch and a half of snow below, since it would have been at the beginning of the storm. You'd expect most of the snow to have been on top of it, but it's at this point, most of the snow is, or very little snow is under it, but there is still snow under it. So it's just, it's hard to say. And that's it. I'm sure, Vince, that that's something the defense is going to bring up. It's awfully convenient. It's awfully convenient that it's just right on top of the snow. So.
Before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thanks. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph.
That looked
And
like
sir, you again
tail
recognize what's
lamp.
up on screen.
Yes, that's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thanks.
And it's basically slush or ice under half of it. So to me, that's, rain melted snow that has maybe refrozen.
Ms. Gilman, you can.
I want a wider angle, though, to tell me where it is on the scene.
If I may have.
Yes.
I hope you're eating something good, Judy. Indian night for us. Gonna go eat curry for a birthday dinner. So I do have a hard stop time tonight.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thinking on it, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
My old neighbor told me that my family is very European because habitually we, did start with knife and fork.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
But Kane, you're Swedish. My Scandinavian ancestry is all Norwegian and Danish. And the biggest influence is German because, my Oma's from Germany. She doesn't like greasy fingers.
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friend with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14.
You grew up with Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris.
Yes.
First names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by, quote unquote, activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Okay. Remember earlier, the defense made the point, Brian Albert is a first responder. He has a duty to respond, even if he's asleep and doesn't realize there's a response to be made. But as a first responder, you have a duty to intervene. You have a duty to step up to the plate. Now, that duty might be somewhat diminished by alcohol, but now it's, you are terrible because you stepped up to help a friend, but he had a duty to intervene to try and stop a fight. Frankly, the defense said as much yesterday. He has a duty as a law enforcement officer, as a first responder. But that duty evaporates if he knows someone. I'd maybe in rehabilitation, if I'm Mr. Lally, I'm asking him that. You have a duty as a first responder, as law enforcement, to intervene. You have a duty.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed.
It's just like firefighter, what's his name? The one that wasn't on duty yet, but he's like, oh shit, it's gonna snow. So he went into work 3 hours early, not anticipating a crime, but he went into work 3 hours early to help shovel, and knowing that, blizzards could need extra help. He knows he's going to be on duty in half an hour or an hour and a half. So he receives the call and he's like, oh, I'm going to be working on this all day anyway. I may as well come in early. It makes sense. But he knows the Alberts. Conspiracy. Yeah, I'm a little jealous of Emily. I was hoping she wasn't going to do this. I kind of let out a big doe when she said she was going to. I had a feeling the Daybell trial would have more gravity than this, but I was wrong.
Back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer.
Yes.
At the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight, Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
Are you saying I'm the restrained option, Vince?
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
The brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
Of course, we haven't heard from Trooper Proctor yet, who is equipped. Sorry. That's the comment I was looking for. So Lisa's. So far, we've only heard from Canton police officers. They are the ones that are not, well, they don't have jurisdiction to work murder cases, at least not independently. They can assist the state, but it's the troopers that lead it. So we haven't heard from Trooper Proctor yet, but if we get incompetence from him, that's a real problem. Because that's more inexcusable. Now, of course, they're going to lean into bias. Oh, he's great friends with the Alberts, is what the defense is going to lean into, which, you know, maybe Trooper Proctor wasn't the best choice to assign as the lead, but I don't know. I haven't heard testimony. Why? Was he the only one available? Was he the most experienced? Was he somehow the best choice, even with potential bias? But the defense is going to really hammer that. So, but we haven't heard from him yet. So we know the initial evidence gathering wasn't the best, but maybe it was the best they could do under conditions. So,
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the
Yes or
incident.
no question. I'm just looking at the
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
if you want a
And you're
yes
also
no
aware
answer, ask a yes no question.
Although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to
Who
be
happened?
named what?
Excuse me. Who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused
Brandon,
from this
good to
investigation,
see you.
Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family.
So And what's the latest? We finished up with Sergeant Good. We are on the beginning of cross-examination of Detective Lank, Sergeant Lank, who, they're trying to impeach him. We got the preview of this yesterday. It's, oh, you're friends with the Alberts. You've covered up crimes for the Alberts. You've yada, yada. And he's given the same responses as he gave yesterday. So we did get to see some pictures of the taillight fragments, though. One in the gutter, one on the lawn, it looked like. And they came up later because snow melted.
And the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, and now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
Okay. Outside of family, there is one friend I can give you the exact address, the exact home address. That's my best friend. I visit him. I hang out at his house every Saturday. I can give you his exact street address. Any other friend of mine, even if I've been to their house dozens of times, you give me their street address and you give me a street address. You tell me 34 Fairview Road. The light bulb might go off that, oh, that's by the Albert House. But until I arrive, other than one friend, I'm not thinking when I arrive, as I'm en route, that is the Albert House. I'm thinking that's near the Albert House. And he's testified. He's not close friends with Brian Albert. He's been to the house. It was the parents' house. So presumably he'd been there multiple times as a kid before Brian Albert owned it. But he hasn't, he's not friends with Brian Albert. He hasn't been close friends with the other Albert since, his early 20s. So it's been 20 years, 15 years. I don't know how old he is, but he looks mid-40s. So I'm going to say it's been 20 years since they were good friends that hung out a lot, and it wasn't at 34 Fairview Road. So he receives a call to 34 Fairview Road. How is he supposed to know that's the Albert residence? He just knows it's by the Albert residence. So it's and that's it, Judy. I can name a couple, parents Airbnb, my brothers. Can't give you my sister's exact address. I can give you, the street she lives on and the rough, between which cross streets. And I can give you my Oma's, my aunt's, because she lives around the corner, and I can give you what was my grandparents. Other than that, I can give you rough, I can give you the street they live on and the rough, coordinates, but of everyone else, but not the exact. So, and like I said, it's exactly one friend I can give that for. So, yeah.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mulaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed either, well, let me ask you a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
It's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mulaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the 22, the runtime of about 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of,
So let's not describe it.
sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be, the top one anyways, that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It looks like possibly Sergeant Goods based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so, basically play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
They're not supposed to approach when I have food in my mouth. Don't you know the rules, Jackson? Don't approach when I have food in my mouth. That leads to dead air. Inconsiderate.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video, and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some
Very.
point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, sorry, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts?
Okay, so if telephoning doesn't wake them up, I don't know that they tried on a telephone, but I'm not answering the phone at 7 in the morning. My sister knows not to call me at 7 in the morning. But if they're not on scene, you know, you don't have access to the house. I mean, you can ring the doorbell, but if he thought that was the most efficient way to get them up, it's, you know, of course, they can collude in that time, but he doesn't know that they are witnesses to anything either.
Before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
Argumentative.
I'm just letting the siren go on.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lang, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jim McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
You've described for the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay, toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about.
Something good, Kova. Order something good. Yeah, it's curry for us tonight.
Apologies. Oh, no, sorry. It's getting frozen.
But is it, so are the rules like when it's Taco Tuesday, 2 days after Cinco de Mayo, are you obligated to eat tacos 2 days or 2 out of 3 days? I don't know exactly how the rules work for this. So, but you don't have a place that makes decent curry, you need to move. We have a couple of excellent options in the neighborhood for curry, so we get it a lot.
Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry
It's
Roberts.
the fur-lined hood, so I believe that is Carrie Roberts.
How's it? Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is.
Kathmandu might be one of the options I mentioned. They, I go for chicken tikka masala, but Kathmandu is excellent. Mumbai House to me is slightly better.
Believe that I made was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
You may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
And pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sarah. Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sarah right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still?
But then it also looks like Sergeant Good is following him. I don't get where he's going with this.
On the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, yeah, it looks like Good followed him.
Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video. Do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who's in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play.
Remember, we heard testimony that due to Karen Reed being hysterical on scene and not haha hysterical, they didn't think they were going to get anything out of her. They told Kerry Roberts, yeah, you should probably take her home. She got on the phone with her dad, was making concerning statements. Her dad relayed those concerning statements to the police, who called her back to the scene to Section 12 her. So this is her leaving the scene 6:37 and 18 seconds. So 15, 20 minutes after police arrived on scene, they told her, yeah, you should get her out of the snow, get her home. But this gave her, this gave Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts a chance to collude. So Jen McCabe going in the house to wake her sister and brother-in-law up. You've got to separate the witnesses. Don't give them a chance to talk and discuss, get their story straight. But let's see if they ask the same thing about sending Karen off in a car with Kerry Roberts. Because that's sending two witnesses off. That's sending two witnesses off unaccompanied. They can get their story straight on the drive. Is that going to be an issue for them? Or is it just when McCabe and Albert are together briefly?
Pause it. At that point,
Of course, if I'm defense, I'm not calling it out because my client wouldn't collude because she's a poor victim here. So I don't blame him. I'm calling it out as the actually independent, arbiter of YouTube. So this is actually me being unbiased and independent. I'm calling them out for their inconsistencies as well.
Are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
And 34 Fairview is
Does it appear that you're still on
to the
phone?
left.
Yes.
To the left on the bottom video. They're running the video quickly. Or no, I guess that's milliseconds. You need at least a couple dishes, Kova. And to be able to follow a recipe. There's a light.
At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I'm looking for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was, without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe even better than 5 minutes?
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
If you don't tell them to take note of the start and stop time, I'm not paying attention to the time elapsed, especially as you're starting and stopping multiple times in between. I don't know.
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct?
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
But she wasn't even sent into the house until the ambulance had left, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Kerry Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Aaron Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then
Conspiracy.
speak to CPAC, I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's compound.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Um,
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And, okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
You said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a quote fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as a, I don't remember my exact terminology.
So speculation on his part, and he hasn't even seen the body. You know, it could be the injuries described to him in his brain. He thinks sounds like a fight, but he's not even a witness to the injuries. This would all be developed off of secondhand information and, you know, trying to give them an idea of what to expect. But this is also an example of, you know, for good police work, don't speculate. If you don't have information, don't provide it, because that's going to be used by the defense. You know, build your case, obviously, but if you don't have evidence of a fight, don't even mention a fight. So they don't say it because they don't want the jury to be speculating about it, basically. So, and I mean, witnesses, you know, it's not so much whether they're allowed or not. It's, you know, if the judge reprimands him. But I think in this case, it was important because you do want to be on the same page. So if he's saying, look, I think we're talking across purposes here, can you clarify? That's a good use of time. It, you know, so it actually helps the defense attorney tailor his questions. So it's not testimony, but it's helpful.
But it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene,
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
but you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside. We'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPEC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No,
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was at that point in time. I didn't know what it was.
Well,
Could have been.
what is violence? Violence to me involves aggression. Like, let's say it is a car accident. It's a brutal scene. It doesn't necessarily mean violence. It doesn't indicate aggression. It doesn't indicate tempers. So what is violence? He had injuries that weren't natural, that weren't self-caused or sort of autonomously caused, like a heart attack. But what is violence? What's violence? Ask better questions.
Multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something.
Again, it could have been a multitude of things to cause those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Argumentative. He hasn't said.
Did you
it
believe
was
that there were
violent.
any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. Again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe
Might have started in 32. It might have started across the street in the lieutenant's house. There's nothing. And so it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but it's also not, you were told, who told you what the injuries were and what specifically. It's the vague, I was told there were injuries. So it's one of those fine lines. What is hearsay? What isn't? This isn't. So good question though, Brandon. It's, at some point it's, it when you see it. Hard to explain the exact line, at least without, pulling up cases and shit.
in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
So there is nothing to lay a foundation that John O'Keefe was ever in the house. So the judge has said you can do the third party culprit on admissible evidence. But at this point, there's no foundation for him to even testify about anything happening in the house.
Ma'am?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lang, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house,
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
That's it. You go where the evidence leads. You don't have probable cause to even be in the house other than at the homeowner's invitation to give a statement outside of the cold and snow. So at this point, there is no probable cause. There is no reasonable suspicion. There is nothing leading. There's not even the footprints in the snow leading from the body to the house. There's no evidence he was in the house. There's no evidence he came out of the house. So the crime scene at this point is 8 feet from the road on the lawn. At this point, that is the crime scene. Until there's a causal link to bring you in the house, even if the house isn't excluded. But my house isn't excluded either. It could have been my house. It wasn't my house, but it could have been, because it could have been anywhere. Nothing's been excluded at this point. 32 hasn't been excluded. The lieutenant's house across the street hasn't been excluded. The driver's seat, the passenger seat of Karen Reed's Lexus hasn't been excluded. The only place that has probable cause that a crime has occurred is the front lawn at this point. Do I need to say it again in case there's any Turtle Boy Free Karen Reed people in here? At this point, there's no causal chain.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
Well, I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never.
So at this point, he has no evidence that he was ever in the house. In fact, the only evidence he has is eyewitness testimony that he wasn't in the house. There's no physical evidence he was in the house. At this point, there might be in the future, I don't know, but at this point, no physical evidence he was in the house. The only evidence about who was in the house is Jen McCabe, who said he wasn't in the house. Her saying he wasn't in the house doesn't give them probable cause to think he was in the house, because she said the opposite, and there's no other evidence to lead them in the house.
Or made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
That's
You need to actually
argumentative.
investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Walk into the house with a warrant? With a warrant? Because just walk into the house. Walk in, treat it like it's a crime scene before you even know. What are you getting at here?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
No, he indicated there's a staircase. He didn't indicate whether it services the second floor or the basement, but yeah.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
Do you remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs?
Well, based off of his knowledge as a friend of the Albert family, he might be able to answer this, but if it was closed, he couldn't have seen this on the scene. So
It's the basement.
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
he didn't have permission. He didn't have a warrant. He didn't have probable cause. He didn't have a link to even suspect he needed to look for it. None of it was in plain view inside the front door where he was invited.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways
I mean, he certainly would be, used to trying to prevent searches, to exclude searches that were not based on probable cause, I should say. But he's trying to establish probable cause against someone other than his client. But once again, he's trying to prove a negative. At this point, he didn't, the detectives didn't think they had probable cause to search the Albert home. So they didn't do it. That doesn't mean probable cause couldn't have been built at some point, but at this point, it wasn't there. It was still so early in the game, and the evidence that they collected pretty quickly, even if it was not gathered in the best practices, the evidence led them in a different direction. If the evidence leads you in a different direction, you're not going to waste your time, spinning in circles. You're going to face the evidence and follow the trail. What was it? Soul Coughing, the 90s band? I don't need to walk around in circles. That was Soul Coughing, right? The police don't need to walk around in circles. If the evidence leads in one direction, you follow the evidence. Now, if there are multiple trails of evidence, you follow it. But just thinking, well, this is a possibility, but everything's a possibility. Once again, you're not going to investigate my house 2,000 miles away just because it hasn't been excluded. Just because it hasn't been excluded doesn't mean it's worth their time to fly 2,000 miles away and search my house. So just because the Albert house was 25 feet away doesn't mean any evidence led into the Albert house giving them cause to search it. So why would they waste their time applying for a search warrant that they don't think will be granted based on no evidence whatsoever? You wouldn't.
To secure a premises, any premises, a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No,
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that question?
He had no evidence that it was a crime scene. The front lawn was a crime scene. He had no evidence that the house was a crime scene. Did he do anything to lock down 32 Fairview Road as a crime scene? I mean, Johnny might have been dropped off at 34, but he knew 32. Those were the drug dealers, so he needed to go and get a little weed from 32 first. And then walking between the houses, he, slipped on a car bumper and was left in the middle of the lawn. So did you do anything to lock up 32 as a crime scene? There's just as much evidence he was in 32 as there is he was in 34, which is to mean none at this moment. So did you lock up 32 as a crime scene?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who's that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they're not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
Correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
So that location.
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were?
But that's not a reproduction of a crime scene. Frankly, at this point, unless there's evidence of a struggle, where they are in the morning waiting to be interviewed, unless they're, he hears them chattering, oh, did you hide that evidence? There's not a lot of evidentiary value, at least not to me. I don't blame Jackson for doing this. It's, anything you can to provide reasonable doubt to the jury, you do it. That's zealous advocacy of your client. But he's already said, in his limited view in the house, he hasn't seen any blood. He hasn't seen broken furniture. He hasn't seen a sign of a scuffle. And that's it. it doesn't prove or disprove anything. It's not actually giving me any doubt. And it very well could, Tim. And that would piss me off if it does. Because as I've said, you need to follow best practices at all times. But sometimes the conditions can limit that. But that doesn't excuse other poor practices like, inexactness in reports, putting down the wrong time, putting, stuff like that. And that might be all the reasonable doubt the jury needs. And, I still might have been convinced by a preponderance or even clear and convincing evidence that, yeah, it was Karen Reed backed into him. Whether or not, it's murder 2 or manslaughter, that's irrelevant to this part of the discussion. It's, I could be convinced by clear and convincing evidence that she backed into him. I still think she did it. But the police mishandling evidence has provided some doubt, and that's all the defense needs to do, is provide doubt. Reasonable doubt. It can't be aliens did it. That's not reasonable. It's a doubt, it's, well, aliens could have done it, but that's not reasonable. Generally, it's not reasonable to say an asteroid came out, knocked him on the head, knocked him unconscious, and he died in the elements. Could happen. People have been hit by asteroids or meteors, whatever, meteorites. It happens. But it's not a reasonable doubt because there's no evidence of a metallic celestial object being found near him. But it absolutely could cost them the case. And if it does, I will be upset because at this point, I think she had a hand in it or a, reverse into him in it. But they've got to prove it. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. So we'll see.
Or did I make a diagram?
Whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John Keith was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing?
No.
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
He couldn't do a search in the house. Based on his testimony, all he could answer really is, within plain view, did you see any of the victim's missing clothing in the house? He didn't do a search of the house. He didn't have a search warrant. How are you doing a search for the missing shoe if you don't have a search warrant?
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, text messages, communications?
No.
Did you believe, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife?
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I do not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological
My hypothetical high school band that I never formed was Flaming Twinkies of Death.
order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were.
So that provides the opportunity for groupthink, even if they didn't get together beforehand to craft their story. They were able to craft their story based on what they heard out of the prior interviews. So that's chipping away a little doubt, maybe.
Were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You
Pat?
already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, was it around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments.
And I should also say, JT Davis, so my fictional hypothetical, I had decided this at about 14, 15 years old. If I formed a band, it would be Flaming Twinkies of Death. My brother's old housemates during college, they did have a band. They were terrible. They never performed. They just messed around recording. And they were the Flaming Pegasus Riders. And they actually did put their recordings on iTunes. And someone in Canada, for some reason, actually bought one of their songs. So they're like, ooh, world tour. Never happened, but that was the joke. And the other joke was my brother, who is not musical whatsoever, was in the band because he lived in the house. And his role was to eat a sandwich on stage. So that was his role in the band.
Later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back.
Yes.
Because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well?
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None.
We need to boogie a little bit.
I do want to talk for a
Because
second.
I do have
just a
dinner.
brief second about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes.
of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you want to.
No.
You don't have stakes at Canton PD.
No, we-
Stakes. Stakes.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Kent PD doesn't have those.
No.
So the crime scene tape was blowing down. That was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wouldn't do it any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes.
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open. I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured.
Yes.
So this is why we need my long duration drone to get it up there. And it sounded to me like he spelled out beefsteak as opposed to tent steak. So yeah.
Anybody who wanted access to it.
Correct.
Always be petty against
One of the
condescending
reasons to secure a crime scene
or condescension.
minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes.
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
Sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions.
To me, that called for a legal conclusion. Tampering would involve this. You're asking for an evidence or an example of tampering. To me, that calls for a legal conclusion.
About this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes.
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
Yes.
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found,
So we don't have jurisdiction to do anything. If we don't have jurisdiction, we can't even preserve the scene. That's on the state, and the state isn't coming in. At least not yet. That's sloppy police work, sloppy jurisdictional wrangling. That could provide doubt. But of course, you know that at this point, there's just the doubt is the absence. They haven't shown the affirmative that, oh yeah, someone dumped this here. We saw it. That's no evidence of tampering, just that, yeah, there's an opportunity for tampering, which is still not good. It's not good, but there's no evidence of actual tampering. At least not yet. At least not yet. At least not yet. So.
both the
And the thing is, the weather, they could have, until they cleared the scene, left a single patrol car in front of the house, you know, even just with the officer sitting in, to preserve the crime scene, to say, you know, if anyone goes to walk across the lawn, say, hey, get the fuck away. They could have done that pretty easily, but it's a small town, small police force. Maybe they didn't have the manpower for that. And, you know, they don't see the future, but that could have been done.
blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes,
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
it would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your
And
attention.
JT Davis, we have, and it's certainly not a main thoroughfare, but it's busy enough that it has lane markings. So, you know, I've mentioned I'm on a relatively busy road. We've got the dashed lines down the middle, no center turn lane, bike lane parking area. But the side streets, you know, there's no lane markings. There's cars parked on either side and room for 1.5 cars to drive down the middle. So it's Fairview Road certainly isn't one of those streets, but you know, those are designed to severely limit traffic so that, you know, they're residential streets. But, and yeah, rich suburb versus, you know, a main city, whatever, that different cities do different things. And certainly, you know, in the city, you have sidewalks on almost every street, even the side streets. Maybe not in subdivisions, but subdivisions are weird and I hate them. I think they're anti-pedestrian. But you know, this certainly isn't a busy enough area to call for sidewalks along the street. Maybe there is across the street. One's enough, but yeah, it's light enough traffic that it presumes pedestrian traffic in the street.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mulaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
But it being a light traffic street, presumably, that also, to me, makes it more doubtful that it's some Puerto Rican guy. You know, dead body found just off the street in front of my house. You know, that would be roughly the sidewalk to front garden area. There's a pretty good assumption that it was some random person that hit them because there's enough traffic. You know, middle of the night, traffic is pretty light, but it's still, you know, a couple cars a minute, you know, a car a minute, whatever, I don't know. Around the corner on, you know, the residential side street might be a better assumption that it's the resident or a neighbor, because chances are it's not some Puerto Rican guy driving point A to point B through the neighborhood.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about.
Yes. Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? No dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt in the snow? You don't think there's dirt in the snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? You aware of that?
No.
So do they only collect in glass? Are the swab containers glass? I mean, there's a lot of different varieties of plastic. Is it a blanket no plastic? Is it no polyvinyl something or other? Or is it? But yeah, if you're not scooping all the way down, you're not going to have dirt. Although you can, because, you know, if you're going to have dirt falling in the snow and dirty snow. But yeah.
After when you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was
No.
multiple
Somewhat poor documentation, but they also didn't diagram the scene exactly either. So even if they documented, they'd need a diagram to refer to against it. But once again, if it's all John O'Keefe's blood, it discounts a fight. If there's other blood, it puts that person maybe as a culprit. So, yeah.
contributors to blood, multiple contributors of the blood, we sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There's generated a seal or label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene, evidence tape.
If I left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it?
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
Can we have tab 23? Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
You see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag. But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says.
And we've seen all of these pictures yesterday with Sergeant Good, and he's right. It looks like an evidence bag, except it has the wrong labeling on it because evidence bags are brown paper bags. This just doesn't happen to be one.
Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port, so it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
And this is why, if I can at all avoid it, I have a policy. I don't, like, even as a criminal defense attorney, I don't defend sex crimes because I'm not willing to cross-examine, victims of sex crimes as a general rule, just because it doesn't work for me and it's part of zealous advocacy. Cross-examining police officers, if I'm a dickhead, I'm a dickhead, but yeah.
Are those just any solo cups or the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
Appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay.
Well,
Let's
that's
look at the next tab,
a
which
lie.
is 26. And you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag, same bag, little white rag right there.
I do.
So I was wrong. See, I can admit I was wrong. I thought it was still snow in there, but the snow has melted, so it's watered down blood in the cups. So it was stored in the fridge, not in the freezer. I was wrong.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. You should.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know.
So that's, if it's not labeled, it could be something else. It's not proper chain of custody. If it's not closed, well, if it's not taped closed, someone could have opened it. But it's already been testified by Sergeant Good, who was there, if I remember, because this is the handover to the state crime lab, and they're transferring it into their containers. So even if it had been taped shut, I can't tell if where there's this dip, I can't tell if that's Scotch tape or just a light spot in the opposite side of the bag. But I don't think it's Scotch tape. I'm just being thorough. But if there's tape on the other side of the bag, we know why it's been open is the gist of what I'm getting at. We know why it's opened because it's the state crime lab documenting what they're taking into their custody, and they are changing it or exchanging it into their containers, is my understanding. But what the defense is getting at is if it's been sitting in the fridge, in the crime lab fridge, or in the evidence fridge in the Canton Police Department, and that's accessible to all and sundry, everyone with access to the building has access to that fridge. According to Sergeant Lank, it's accessible. It's not controlled by the evidence sergeant or whatever, could have been tampered with. We don't know. And if it's not taped, if there's not some seal, there's not even a broken seal evidence to show whether or not it's been tampered with. And Kevin, I'm glad a certain Uber Eats, well, former Uber Eats driver who sampled French fries on the drive is no longer in the Masshole Chili de Castro fan club. He annoyed the shit out of me.
I'm not suggesting anything.
And yes, I'm referring to Colin.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag?
That
has ever been secured?
So the questioning, it's the judge is allowing it because it's proper questioning. It's maybe annoying, but it's proper. The blood samples, well, it's only the defense that's even offered the blood samples so far. The prosecution hasn't, but we have no actual break in the chain of custody. We just have allegations that there could have been. So we don't know that this blood evidence is unreliable, just that there's the opportunities. Just like, there was no crime scene tape, so there's opportunities to drop red plastic lenses. So
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you.
He's not an evidence technician, so presumably, as a detective, he collects the evidence, he bags the evidence, he submits the evidence. He's not the one opening the evidence later. It's the evidence technicians. It's the lab rats. It's the prosecutor. He collects the evidence and he's done. So it's not even that he delegates, because that would, to me, delegation means you're having a subordinate do it. It's he gives it to the person whose job it is to do that.
That's all I have for this.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. Sure.
All right, and we need to, like I said, we need a bogey, so I'm going to skip through the sidebar. And they're still in sidebar. Right about there.
Please.
It's Kevin, it's not about the restroom break. Although I really do hate using those. Yeah. It's just, like I've said, I have birthday dinner for Curry and need to try and get through this for that. I like my mouse. I'm set in my ways. No.
Rise for the jury.
I certainly would look about the same, just younger.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck.
All right. So rehabilitation as to the Brady-ish material first. So you didn't get in a fight for the Alberts. You got in a fight. They jumped you.
Truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lipolato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lipolato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it.
As I've said, always swear in court if you can get away with it. If it's part of your evidence, you're going to get away with it. So swear in court.
A wrestling match, offended myself and didn't engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point, and he advised me that
He was off duty. So it's, do you want to go in and do it? Or do you want me to come in and do it even though I'm off duty? Or should I do it when I'm on duty?
I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified of them?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your mind in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you will arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
There are some questions about on the cruiser cam video whether you're on the phone. You indicated that you can make an educated guess as to who you're on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene, that correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, talk a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what if any change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door, and it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present, and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Mr. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area. And
Okay, so that confirms, and to me, third time he's a friend, that's where he goes in. If I'm leaving a friend's house at the end of the night, that's probably the door I leave. So that puts me even further away from Johnny O'Keefe's body. So, protected by a silver spoon.
that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? If you know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything skew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further.
May we push very briefly?
Yes.
Defense approaching about recross. To me, that says, oh, we think they opened the door to something. They, the scope of each, directs to cross, to redirects, to recross. The scope gets more and more and more limited. So they could be saying, hey, we need to be able to question on this. It's outside of the scope, but they kicked open a door that we need to do, or, how long?
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you described. Is that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set. Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And
That's it. Karen Reed, if she's found innocent, if she's found not guilty, doesn't mean she didn't back over John O'Keefe. It just means she wasn't convicted. It means she wasn't, the state didn't have a good enough case. The jury didn't believe them. We don't know why.
we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, please. Who's your next witness?
Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Okay. Charles Ray, we just had Detective Link. For those of you who are into old-timey musicians, we're Link Ray. Isn't Link Ray a old-timey musician? Conspiracy.
Mindful of stuff right up.
Yep, Link Ray. The guitarist.
During the case now here, truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me.
That's it. I've connected the dots. I have connected the dots. Link Ray is most well known for his 1958 instrumental single, Rumble. Rumble being like, it may not be something most of you know, but it's one of the influential early rock songs. It's the early Guitar Hero song. It's a foundation for rock and roll. But Link Ray Rumble, we go Link Ray. It's about a rumble. So it is a fight. Conspiracy confirmed. Solved here first. We've got it. And I couldn't answer you on that, Vince. I am. I'm brilliantly ridiculous.
Good.
It's a high pitch.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
Oh, it's
And
R.A.E.
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
There's a look.
And how long have you had the rank of
And all the firefighters had a look. The cops, there's a look.
lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is a shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so, just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned,
Sergeant.
usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is, in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Shungard.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer. And he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goods, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of 2 young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Okay, so this explains we haven't heard about Lieutenant Ray on scene because he responds to the O'Keefe residence, not 34 Fairview Road, if I'm following this.
On that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
Former chief, or if it's just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, so what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be 2 young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and
And if I remember, the nephew was at a sleepover, and he's the younger of the kids.
or where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and I. He was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant, do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove.
So the shift supervisor doesn't have to clear his car of snow. Ooh.
From that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run forward.
And to me, this looks like a snowstorm, not so much a blizzard. The snow doesn't appear to be sideways, but at least not at this moment.
So if you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes and 25 seconds. If you could play from there, please.
Hate driving in these conditions. Rather be on untouched snow than compacted snow. Unless it's so much that I get stuck.
Someone keep a pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No,
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
yes,
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it
Very.
that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
And doing a search for One Meadows Ave, Canton, Massachusetts. It auto-populated the Google search very quickly.
If you can pause it there, Mr. Now, so it appears when you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there.
No probable cause.
Because if in this case we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for two children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
And
Ms. Gilman,
that's the Lexus. Hold on. Okay. That lens is broken in this picture. Now, I hear your argument. That's just snow covering it. We see the horizontal lenses are intact. And then there's an entire empty gap here. On the left, it's intact. This is the Lexus. Johnny's SUV is to the right. Can't remember what it is, a Ford Edge or Traverse or I don't know. I don't remember. SUVs aren't exciting to me, at least not your standard SUVs. if I'm after an SUV, it's a classic Land Cruiser. But either way, the taillight is broken. It was broken before it was taken into the Sally Port. The taillight was broken before police took custody of the Lexus. That's the point of this video.
You can pause right there, Mr. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
Get a little guidance how to ask your next question, not knowing what the next question is, or if they're trying to introduce a new piece of evidence. We'll see.
Lieutenant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
All right.
Sure, that's it. You can stay just for a minute. That's it for today. We ask those same three, or I give you those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. See you tomorrow.
Disregard.
So report at 8:30.
Sure, again, leaving your notebooks on your chairs and taking all your items. All rise, sure, all me.
He needs a bigger shirt. Those the gap between the buttons are straining. At least when he stretched his shoulders.
Yes. No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you.
All right.
You don't need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
All right. No argument at the end. That's what we were waiting for. So yeah, that's basically, we ended the day on a bad piece of evidence for Karen Reed. The taillight is broken at 8 a.m. It's not broken by the motor pool officer removing the taillight housing. It's already broken at 8 a.m. Time stamped. That's good evidence for the prosecution that she hit someone. Has it been broken for a week? Has it been broken for an hour? Has it, did she break it backing out, frantically looking for Johnny at 6 a.m? Or did she break it at 12:30, backing into Johnny? No evidence about that yet. But it takes away the defense assertion that it was broken as part of the frame up. Now, they may have further broken it, but looks pretty broken to me, as in very little of it is there. So, but that's where I'm going to leave you today, because, as I said, I do need to get ready to go out for dinner. For some reason, my parents like going early before it gets filled up. So, thanks for joining me. Do the like, share, subscribe, bribe your friends and family to do the same. And I will see you tomorrow for a full day of court, which is going to be brutal, I suspect. So thanks for joining me. Bye-bye.